Welcome back, young wizard. It's wonderful to have you here again as we drift into another journey through the magical world. Get comfortable, settle into your favorite spot, and let your mind relax as we explore a character whose story is far more complex than it first appears. Tonight, we're diving deep into the life of Draco Lucius Malfoy, a young wizard whose journey takes him from the heights of pure blood privilege to the depths of fear and regret, and ultimately towards something resembling redemption. His is a story of choices made under impossible pressure, of family loyalty tested by morality, and of a boy who discovered too late that the beliefs he'd been taught might not be worth the cost they demanded. When we think of Draco Malfoy, many images might spring to mind. Perhaps it's the sneering schoolboy with platinum hair, taunting Harry Potter on the Hogwarts Express. Maybe it's the frightened teenager weeping in a bathroom, overwhelmed by a task he cannot complete. Or perhaps it's the hesitant young man who cannot bring himself to identify Harry when his family desperately needs him to. Draco was all of these people and more. His story spans from the privileged halls of Malfoy Manor to the dark corridors of Hogwarts during wartime, touching on themes of prejudice, fear, family, and the painful process of unlearning everything you've been taught to believe. To truly understand who Draco Malfoy was and why he made the choices that would shape not just his own life, but the lives of those around him, we need to go back to the beginning, back to a world of wealth and privilege, where a young boy learned that his blood made him special, his family name gave him power, and certain people simply weren't worth his consideration. The story of Draco Malfoy cannot be told without first understanding the weight of the name he carried. The Malfoys were one of the oldest and wealthiest pure-blood wizarding families in Britain, a lineage that stretched back centuries and carried with it expectations, privileges, and prejudices that had been carefully cultivated through generations. The family home, Malfoy Manor, stood in Wiltshire, a magnificent estate that had been in the family's possession for many centuries. It wasn't just a house, but a symbol of everything the Malfoys represented, with its ornate rooms, peacock-filled gardens, and an atmosphere of superiority that seemed to seep from every stone. The Malfoy family had long been known for their cunning, their ambition, and their unwavering belief in the supremacy of pure-blood wizards. They were part of the Sacred 28, a list published in the Pure Blood Directory in the 1930s that identified families considered truly pure blood, families that had no known Muggle ancestry. For the Malfoys, this wasn't just a matter of pride, but a fundamental part of their identity. They believed that magical ability was strongest when kept pure, that mixing with Muggle blood weakened magic, and that wizards and witches who came from pure magical lineages were simply better than those who did not. This wasn't a quiet belief held privately. It was taught openly, passed down from parent to child, reinforced through every interaction and every lesson about how the world worked and where the Malfoys fit within it. Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, was the perfect embodiment of these family values. Tall, aristocratic, with long platinum blonde hair and cold grey eyes, Lucius carried himself with the bearing of someone who had never doubted his place at the top of wizarding society. He had been a Death Eater during the First Wizarding War, serving Lord Voldemort in his quest to establish pure blood dominance over the magical world. When Voldemort fell on that Halloween night in 1981, Lucius managed to avoid imprisonment in Azkaban by claiming he had been under the Imperious Curse, forced to commit his crimes against his will. Whether this was true or simply a convenient lie, told by a wealthy man with influential connections, has been debated for years. What's certain is that Lucius emerged from the war with his freedom, his wealth, and his social standing intact, though perhaps with a more careful approach to his dark beliefs. Lucius had married Narcissa Black, a witch from another prominent pure-blood family. The Blacks were, if anything, even more fanatical about blood purity than the Malfoys, with a family tree that literally blasted off any members who dared to marry Muggles or Muggleborns or show sympathy for anyone they considered beneath them. Narcissa brought with her not just the Black family beliefs, but also connections to some of the most powerful pure-blood families in Britain. Her sisters were Bellatrix, who would become one of Voldemort's most devoted and dangerous followers, and Andromeda, who was burned off the Black family tree for marrying a Muggle-born wizard. Narcissa chose to maintain her family's traditions, marrying Lucius and raising their son in the same atmosphere of pure blood superiority that had shaped both their childhoods. The Malfoy family wealth was considerable, built over centuries through shrewd investments and careful cultivation of relationships with those in power. Lucius had a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, influence at the Ministry of Magic, and the kind of social connections that opened doors and closed investigations. This wealth wasn't just material. It was power, the ability to shape outcomes, to buy favor, to ensure that the world continued to work in ways that benefited the Malfoy family. And all of this, the wealth, the influence, the pride, would be inherited by their son, their only child, the boy who would carry forward the Malfoy name and all it represented. Draco Lucius Malfoy was born on June 5th, 1980. He grew up as an only child at Malfoy Manor, the center of his parents' world and the heir to everything they had built. From the moment he could understand language, it was made clear to him that he was special in three distinct ways. First, he was a wizard, born into a world of magic that existed hidden from the mundane Muggle population. Second, he was a pure-blood, untainted by any Muggle ancestry, which made him superior to half-bloods and Muggle-borns. Third, and perhaps most importantly, he was a Malfoy, a member of one of the most prominent families in the wizarding world. These three facts formed the foundation of young Draco's understanding of himself and his place in the world. The childhood Draco experienced at Malfoy Manor was one of luxury and indulgence. His parents gave him the best of everything, from the finest toys to the most expensive clothes to the most advanced magical items available. He never wanted for anything material. If Draco expressed interest in something, it appeared. If he complained about something, it was changed. This wasn't just spoiling for its own sake, but part of how the Malfoys understood their place in the world. They were wealthy, powerful, and important, and their son should reflect that in every aspect of his life. He should never have to settle for second best, never have to make do with hand-me-downs, or wish for things he couldn't have. That was for other families, lesser families, not for the Malfoys. But along with material comfort came something less tangible and far more damaging. Draco was raised in an atmosphere of carefully maintained regret that Lord Voldemort had not succeeded in taking control of the wizarding community. This was never discussed openly outside the small circle of family and close friends. Lucius was too politically savvy for that, having learned the hard way that openly supporting dark wizards could lead to uncomfortable questions and potential imprisonment. But within the walls of Malfoy Manor and among trusted associates, the sentiment was clear. Voldemort had been right. The Dark Lord's vision of a world ruled by pure-blood wizards, with Muggles and Muggle-borns kept firmly in their place, was the proper order of things. His fall had been a tragedy, a missed opportunity for the wizarding world to claim its rightful superiority. Young Draco absorbed these lessons without question. Why wouldn't he? His parents were the center of his world, the source of all comfort and approval. If they said purebloods were better, then purebloods were better. If they spoke with contempt about Muggleborns and blood traitors, then those people deserved contempt. If they mourned the Dark Lord's fall, then his fall was something to mourn. Draco had no contrary examples, no other perspective to challenge what he was being taught. The friends his parents arranged for him came from similar families, children of Lucius's fellow ex-Death Eaters who had also managed to avoid Azkaban. Theodore Nott, whose father was a Death Eater, who kept his beliefs quiet but firm. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, whose fathers had been captured but later released, large boys who served as Draco's companions and enforcers, even as children. In this environment, Draco developed a personality that reflected everything he had been taught. He was proud, aware of his family's status, and determined to maintain it. He was spoiled, accustomed to getting his way, and frustrated when he didn't. He could be charming when he wanted something, petulant when things didn't go his way, and cruel to those he perceived as beneath him. His father was his hero, the model of what a Malfoy should be, powerful and influential and respected, even feared. Draco wanted nothing more than to grow up to be like Lucius, to command the same respect, wield the same power, and maintain the same unquestioning belief in pure blood supremacy. This was the boy who would soon encounter Harry Potter and begin a rivalry that would define much of his time at Hogwarts. But before that meeting, before Hogwarts, Draco was simply a privileged child who had never questioned the worldview he'd been given, who believed absolutely in his own superiority, and who had no idea that the comfortable certainties of his childhood were about to be challenged in ways that would ultimately reshape his entire understanding of the world. The first crack in Draco's comfortable worldview came not at Hogwarts, but in Diagon Alley, in a shop called Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions. It was the summer of 1991, and Draco was shopping for his Hogwarts supplies, about to begin his first year at the school where his father had been educated, and where Draco would naturally follow in his footsteps. In Madame Malkin's, Draco encountered another boy, his age being fitted for Hogwarts robes. Not knowing who the boy was, Draco struck up a conversation, his manner relatively friendly by his standards. He talked about Hogwarts, about Quidditch, about his family's plans to buy him a racing broom. He made a rather intolerant speech about Muggleborns and about Hagrid, the half-giant gamekeeper at Hogwarts whom his father spoke of with contempt. The other boy listened, but didn't seem particularly impressed by Draco's boasting or his prejudices. When Draco finished being fitted and left the shop, he had no idea that he'd just met Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the most famous young wizard in Britain. That revelation would come later on the Hogwarts Express, and it would establish a dynamic that would define much of both boys' school years. When Draco next encountered Harry, it was in a compartment on the train to Hogwarts. By then, Draco knew exactly who Harry was, and his father's response to Harry's existence had shaped Draco's approach. Lucius Malfoy had clung to a theory popular among some ex-Death Eaters. Perhaps Harry Potter wasn't really the hero everyone thought he was. Perhaps he had survived Voldemort's attack because he was somehow aligned with dark magic himself, another potential dark wizard who might grow up to be even greater than Voldemort. If that were true, if Harry Potter was secretly inclined toward the dark arts and pure-blood supremacy, then being his friend could be very advantageous for the Malfoy family. Draco might be able to influence him, guide him, perhaps even help shape him into the dark wizard his father hoped he might be. With this in mind, Draco entered Harry's compartment on the train and offered his hand in friendship. But the offer came with conditions and insults that revealed Draco's true nature. He sneered at Hagrid, called Ron Weasley and his family poor and worthless, and made it clear that Harry needed to be careful about the kind of people he associated with. There were proper wizarding families, and there were families like the Weasleys, blood traitors who sympathized with Muggles and Muggle-borns. Draco could help Harry navigate these social distinctions, could introduce him to the right sort of people. Harry's response was immediate and final. He had already made friends with Ron Weasley, had already seen kindness from Hagrid, and had no interest in the kind of friendship Draco was offering. He refused Draco's handshake and told him he could figure out the wrong sort for himself. In that moment, Draco realized that everything his father had hoped about Harry Potter was wrong. Harry wasn't a future dark wizard. He was someone who would oppose everything the Malfoys stood for. And instead of taking this as an opportunity to reconsider his own beliefs, Draco took it as a personal insult. From that day forward, Harry Potter became his enemy, his rival, the person he most wanted to defeat and humiliate. When the sorting hat was placed on Draco's head at the start of his first year, it barely touched his platinum hair before shouting out his house, Slytherin. There had never been any doubt. The Malfoy family had been in Slytherin House for generations, and Draco fit the house's qualities perfectly. Ambitious, cunning, concerned with preserving tradition and upholding pure blood values. He joined his new housemates, including Crabbe and Goyle, who had followed him from their childhood friendship, and Pansy Parkinson, a girl who quickly developed a devotion to Draco that he sometimes encouraged and sometimes found annoying depending on his mood. In Slytherin, Draco found a place where his family name meant something, where his pure blood status was respected, and where his rivalry with Harry Potter was understood and encouraged. That rivalry dominated much of Draco's first year at Hogwarts. He taunted Harry at every opportunity, trying to get under his skin, trying to prove that he was better, smarter, more worthy of attention. When Harry was selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his first year, an almost unheard of achievement, Draco was furious. He made snide comments about it being charity, about Harry only getting on the team because people felt sorry for the orphan or because he was famous. But beneath the insults was genuine envy. Harry was getting attention and praise for his natural talent, while Draco felt overlooked despite his family name. The rivalry extended to every aspect of school life. Draco tried to get Harry and his friends in trouble whenever possible, reported them to teachers for minor infractions, spread rumors about them, and generally made their lives as difficult as he could. But these efforts often backfired. Harry had something Draco didn't have and couldn't understand. He had real friends, people who cared about him not because of his name or his fame, but because of who he was. Ron and Hermione stood by Harry through everything, and that loyalty was something Draco had never experienced. His relationships with Crabbe and Goyle seemed based more on hierarchy than genuine friendship. They followed him because he was the leader, the one with status and influence, rather than out of true personal connection. During Draco's second year, the Chamber of Secrets was opened, and a series of attacks on Muggle-born students terrorized the school. For Draco, this was almost amusing. He made cruel comments about Hermione Granger being next, hoping that whoever was behind the attacks would target her. When Hermione was indeed petrified by the basilisk, Draco showed no sympathy. In his worldview, shaped by years of prejudice, Muggle-borns like Hermione didn't really belong at Hogwarts anyway. If the attacks drove them away, that would only be restoring the proper order of things. It was during this year that Draco's prejudice became most openly ugly. During a Quidditch match, when Hermione defended Harry's place on the Gryffindor team, by pointing out that he had earned it through talent rather than bribery. Draco responded by calling her a mudblood. The word hung in the air like a curse. It was the most insulting term that could be used for a muggle-born wizard or witch, carrying with it centuries of bigotry and hate. Even some of the Slytherins looked uncomfortable, and Ron Weasley's reaction was immediate and violent. He tried to curse Draco, though the spell backfired because of Ron's broken wand. For Draco, using that word was natural. He had heard his father and his father's friends use it countless times. It was just another way to describe people he had been taught to look down on. But for others, including many who witnessed the incident, it revealed something dark and nasty at Draco's core. This wasn't just childish rivalry or house competition. This was genuine prejudice, the kind that had fueled wars and caused immeasurable suffering. Draco was proud of his pure-blood status and genuinely believed it made him better than people like Hermione, no matter how much more talented or intelligent or brave they might be. The second year also featured the incident with the Slytherin Quidditch team. Lucius Malfoy, ever eager to use his wealth to benefit his son, donated 7 Nimbus 2001 broomsticks to the Slytherin team, the newest and fastest brooms available. In exchange, Draco was made the team's seeker, the youngest person on any house team. This should have been a moment of triumph, proof of Draco's skill and talent. But everyone knew the truth. He hadn't earned the position through ability. He had bought it with his father's money. It was another example of how Draco's privileges ultimately undermined him, giving him things he hadn't worked for and preventing him from developing genuine pride in his own achievements. Harry, Ron, and Hermione became so convinced that Draco was behind the Chamber of Secrets attacks that Hermione brewed Polyjuice Potion, allowing Harry and Ron to disguise themselves as Crabbe and Goyle and infiltrate the Slytherin common room. In their conversation with Draco, they learned that he wasn't the heir of Slytherin, much as he might have wished to be. He was as ignorant about the attacks as everyone else, but he made it clear that he hoped the attacks would continue, that he wanted to see Muggleborns driven from Hogwarts, and that he believed the school would be better off without them. Even at 12 years old, Draco's prejudices were deeply entrenched, a fundamental part of how he understood the world. As Draco moved into his 3rd year, the rivalry with Harry continued, but took on new dimensions. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban and was believed to be hunting Harry. Dementors patrolled the school grounds. The atmosphere at Hogwarts was tense and frightening, in ways it hadn't been before. During this year, Draco had what he thought would be an opportunity to humiliate both Harry and Hagrid, who had become the Care of Magical Creatures teacher. In Hagrid's very first lesson, he introduced the class to a hippogriff named Buckbeak. These creatures were dangerous if not treated with proper respect, and Hagrid carefully explained the protocol. You had to bow to a hippogriff and wait for it to bow back before approaching. Harry followed these instructions and had a successful interaction with Buckbeak, even flying on the creature's back. Draco, however, saw an opportunity. Ignoring Hagrid's warnings, he approached Buckbeak without proper respect, insulting the creature. Buckbeak reacted as any hippogriff would to such disrespect, slashing at Draco and injuring his arm. The injury wasn't life-threatening, but Draco acted as though he might die, milking the incident for all it was worth. He wanted Hagrid punished, wanted Buckbeak destroyed, and wanted Harry and his friends to see the consequences of associating with half-giants and dangerous creatures. Lucius Malfoy seized on the incident, bringing it before the school board and demanding that Buckbeak be executed. The case dragged on throughout the year, with Buckbeak ultimately being sentenced to death. For Draco, this should have been a victory. Buckbeak would be destroyed, Hagrid would be humiliated, and everyone would see that you couldn't cross a Malfoy without consequences. But the incident revealed something about Draco's character. He wasn't above faking or exaggerating injury to get what he wanted. He had no real concern for the danger he'd put himself in through his own arrogance, and he was perfectly willing to have an innocent creature killed simply to make a point. These weren't the actions of someone brave or honorable. They were the actions of someone who had been given too much power without being taught responsibility, who had learned that rules didn't really apply to him, and who had never faced real consequences for his cruelty. The third year also showed Draco's cowardice in new ways. During a Quidditch match, he and several other Slytherins dressed up as Dementors to frighten Harry and make him fall off his broom. It didn't work because Harry produced a Patronus, but the attempt showed Draco's willingness to cheat and his lack of true courage. He would attack from ambush, would use tricks and deception, would rely on his friends to back him up, but he avoided direct confrontation when it might actually put him at risk. In his fourth year, when the Triwizard Tournament came to Hogwarts, Draco continued his pattern of harassment and cruelty. He attended the Quidditch World Cup with his parents, sitting in the Minister for Magic's luxury box, more evidence of Lucius Malfoy's influence and wealth. After the match, when Death Eaters attacked the campsite and terrorized Muggles, Draco made it clear where his sympathies lay. He taunted Hermione, suggesting that Muggle-borns like her should be afraid, because the Death Eaters might come for her next. When Harry suggested that Lucius might be among the Death Eaters, Draco didn't deny it, but said he wouldn't tell Harry if it were true. Throughout the tournament year, Draco did everything he could to undermine Harry. When Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire, and he became an unwilling fourth champion, Draco made badges that said "Potter stinks" and distributed them to anyone who would wear one. When Rita Skeeter wrote articles making Harry look bad, Draco made sure to comment on them loudly and often. During the Yule Ball, Draco attended with Pansy Parkinson, both of them making snide comments about everyone else's dress and dates. The cruelty was almost reflexive now, a habit so ingrained that Draco probably didn't even think about it anymore. But the fourth year ended with something that would change everything, though Draco didn't fully understand it at the time. Lord Voldemort returned to physical form in the graveyard, using Harry Potter's blood as part of the ritual. Harry witnessed it, battled the Dark Lord, and escaped to tell everyone what had happened. The Ministry of Magic, under Cornelius Fudge, refused to believe it. They launched a smear campaign against both Harry and Dumbledore, calling them liars and attention seekers. But Draco knew the truth. His father had felt his dark mark burn and had flown to rejoin his master. Lucius Malfoy was once again an active Death Eater, and the wizarding world was sliding toward war. For Draco, who had been raised on stories about the Dark Lord's power and rightness, Voldemort's return should have been good news. The proper order would be restored. Purebloods would reclaim their rightful place. His father would be important again, no longer hiding his true beliefs, but openly serving the greatest wizard of the age. At 14 years old, Draco still believed these things, still thought that being a Death Eater was something noble and powerful, still imagined that when he came of age, he too would join the ranks and fight for pureblood supremacy. He had no idea what being a Death Eater really meant, what it would cost, or how quickly the reality would shatter all his comfortable illusions. In his 5th year, Draco was made a prefect, a position that gave him official authority to take house points and enforce school rules. For Draco, this was validation, proof that he was a leader, someone the teachers recognized as important and trustworthy. He threw himself into the role with enthusiasm, particularly enjoying the power to take points from Gryffindors and to punish students he didn't like. When Dolores Umbridge arrived as the new defense against the dark arts teacher and began her campaign to undermine Dumbledore and deny Voldemort's return, Draco aligned himself with her immediately. She represented the Ministry, she had power, and she shared his disdain for Harry Potter. Perfect. Draco joined Umbridge's inquisitorial squad, a group of students who were essentially her enforcers, given authority to police the school and report anyone who spoke against the Ministry or supported Harry's claims about Voldemort. For Draco, this was even better than being a prefect. He could patrol the corridors, could interrogate students, could abuse his power in ways that were officially sanctioned. He caught members of Dumbledore's army and turned them in, reveling in their punishment. He made life as difficult as possible for anyone who supported Harry or Dumbledore, all while telling himself he was doing important work, serving the proper authorities. But the year ended with disaster for the Malfoy family. Lucius Malfoy led a group of Death Eaters to the Department of Mysteries to retrieve a prophecy about Harry Potter and Voldemort. The mission was a complete failure. The prophecy was destroyed, Harry and his friends escaped, and Lucius and several other Death Eaters were captured and sent to Azkaban prison. For the first time in his life, Draco faced the consequences of his family's choices. His father, his hero, the man he had always looked up to and tried to emulate, was gone. His mother was left alone to manage the family's affairs. And worst of all, Lucius had failed in his mission for Lord Voldemort, which meant the entire Malfoy family had fallen from favor with the most dangerous wizard in the world. The summer between Draco's 5th and 6th years should have been a time of relative peace, a break from school, and a chance to look forward to his final 2 years at Hogwarts. Instead, it became the beginning of the worst period of Draco's life, a time that would transform him from an arrogant bully into a terrified teenager who finally understood the reality of the world he had been raised to serve. Lord Voldemort, furious at Lucius Malfoy's failure and capture, decided that the family needed to be punished. But the punishment wouldn't fall on Lucius, safe in Azkaban and already suffering. Instead, it would fall on Draco, who at 16 years old would be forced to pay the price for his father's mistakes. Voldemort summoned Draco to him and gave him 2 tasks. The first was to find a way to let Death Eaters into Hogwarts, bypassing all of Dumbledore's protective enchantments and the increased security that had been put in place since the Dark Lord's return. The second task was far more specific and infinitely more impossible. Draco was to assassinate Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, a man whom even Voldemort himself had been unable to defeat in direct combat during their duel at the Ministry of Magic. Draco was to kill his headmaster, the most powerful and skilled wizard he had ever encountered, a man who had been protecting him and every other student at Hogwarts for decades. To ensure Draco's commitment to this task, Voldemort made it clear what would happen if he failed. Draco would be killed, Narcissa would be killed, and even Lucius, trapped in Azkaban, would be punished further. The entire Malfoy family would pay the ultimate price for failure. There was no room for doubt, no possibility of refusing, no way out except success. Draco was trapped by the very beliefs his parents had raised him with, forced to serve a Dark Lord he had once idealized but now feared with every fiber of his being. Narcissa Malfoy, terrified for her son's life and knowing that Voldemort had essentially given Draco a suicide mission, went to Severus Snape for help. She brought her sister Bellatrix with her to Snape's home at Spinner's End, where Narcissa begged Snape to protect Draco. Snape, who had been a Death Eater, a spy for Dumbledore, and was walking an impossibly dangerous line between both sides, listened to Narcissa's fears. She knew her son was being sent to his death. knew that even if Draco somehow managed to sneak Death Eaters into the castle, he would never be able to actually kill Dumbledore. The task was designed to fail, a way for Voldemort to punish the entire Malfoy family, while maintaining a pretense of giving them a chance to redeem themselves. Narcissa pleaded with Snape to make an unbreakable vow, a magical bond that would bind him to help Draco complete his mission. And if Draco failed to complete the mission himself, the unbreakable vow was dark magic of the most serious kind. If Snape agreed and then broke his promise, he would die. Despite this, and despite the enormous risk to his own position as a double agent, Snape agreed. He made the vow, binding himself to protect Draco and to complete the assassination if Draco could not. Bellatrix witnessed the spell, her wand held over their clasped hands, as Snape swore to watch over Draco, to help him as much as possible, and to carry out the deed Voldemort had ordered if it came to that. When Draco returned to Hogwarts for his 6th year, he was a changed person. The arrogant boy who had boasted about his family's influence and sneered at anyone he considered beneath him was gone, replaced by someone who looked haunted and afraid. He had been branded with the dark mark over the summer, burned into his left forearm as a permanent symbol of his allegiance to Voldemort. For Draco, who had likely once imagined being marked as a Death Eater would be a moment of pride and triumph, the reality was horrifying. The mark hurt when Voldemort summoned his followers. It was a constant reminder of his enslavement to a master who cared nothing for his survival. It marked him as someone who could never escape, never go back to the life he had known before. On the Hogwarts Express at the start of term, Draco bragged to his fellow Slytherins about having an important mission from the Dark Lord himself, trying to maintain some semblance of the pride and confidence he had once felt naturally. But as the weeks wore on, as he began working on his task in earnest, the strain became visible. Draco spent hours in the room of requirement, working on the vanishing cabinet that would serve as his gateway to bring Death Eaters into the castle. The cabinet at Hogwarts was broken, damaged years earlier, but it had a twin at Borgin and Burke's in Knockturn Alley. If Draco could repair the Hogwarts cabinet, Death Eaters could travel through the one at Borgin and Burke's and emerge inside the castle, bypassing all of Dumbledore's protections. The work was slow and frustrating. Draco had to figure out what was wrong with the cabinet, had to learn advanced magic to repair it, had to test it repeatedly to make sure it would work when the time came. He sent small objects back and forth between the cabinets, then larger items, working his way up to living creatures. When he sent an apple through and it came back with a bite taken out of it, he knew the passage was working, but not perfectly. When he sent a bird through and it arrived dead, he knew he still had work to do. The pressure was immense, and Draco had no one to talk to about it. He couldn't tell his friends what he was doing. He couldn't risk anyone discovering his mission and alerting Dumbledore or the authorities. In his growing desperation and anxiety, Draco also made other attempts to complete his task, crude and poorly planned efforts that showed just how frightened he had become. His first attempt came in October of 1996. He used the Imperious Curse, one of the unforgivable curses, on Madame Rosmerta, the landlady of the Thresh, Julia Broomstick's pub in Hogsmeade. Under his control, she placed another Imperious Curse on Katie Bell, a Gryffindor student. Katie was forced to carry a cursed opal necklace to Dumbledore, a dark artifact that would kill whoever touched it. But Katie, fighting against the curse, never actually touched the necklace directly. When the package broke open, she made contact with the necklace through a small hole in her glove. The curse partially affected her, causing her to rise into the air and scream in agony before falling unconscious. Katie survived, barely, and was sent to St. Mungo's Hospital, where she remained for months. Harry immediately suspected Draco, but he had no proof, and when he voiced his suspicions to Professor McGonagall, she dismissed them as unfounded accusations. For Draco, the failed attempt was terrifying. He had tried to kill someone and failed. He had used unforgivable curses, crimes that would earn him life in Azkaban if discovered, and he was no closer to actually killing Dumbledore than he had been before. The second attempt came in March, on Ron Weasley's 17th birthday. Once again, using Madame Rosmerta under the Imperious Curse, Draco arranged for her to give Professor Slughorn a bottle of poisoned mead, supposedly a gift, but actually intended for Dumbledore. Slughorn, however, forgot to give the mead to Dumbledore and instead offered it to Ron during a celebration in his office. Ron drank it, and the poison took effect immediately. He began convulsing, foam appearing at his mouth, clearly dying. Only Harry's quick thinking saved him. Harry remembered that Bezoars were universal antidotes and forced one down Ron's throat, saving his friend's life but leaving him hospitalized and traumatized. Once again, Draco had failed to kill Dumbledore and had instead nearly killed another student. The attempts were becoming more reckless, more desperate, signs that Draco was cracking under the pressure of his impossible task. Professor Snape, aware of what Draco was attempting through his own sources and through the unbreakable vow, confronted Draco and criticized his methods. These crude attempts weren't just failures. They were foolish, likely to get Draco caught and expose his mission before he could complete it. As winter turned to spring and the end of the school year approached, Draco's physical and mental state deteriorated visibly. His skin, always pale, took on a greyish tinge. Dark shadows appeared under his eyes, signs of sleepless nights and constant stress. He grew thinner, his fine clothes hanging looser on his frame. His usually smug expression was replaced by one of anxiety and fear. He stopped participating in his usual harassment of Harry and the others, too consumed by his own terror to care about their rivalry anymore. Even Crabbe and Goyle noticed something was wrong, though Draco couldn't tell them what he was dealing with. He had never felt so alone, so isolated, so completely out of his depth. In his desperation, Draco turned to an unexpected confidant. Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who haunted the girls' bathroom on the second floor, became the only one Draco felt he could talk to. She couldn't betray him to the living, couldn't tell anyone what he shared with her. In that bathroom, when the pressure became too much, Draco broke down and cried. He admitted he couldn't complete his task, that he didn't know what to do, that he was terrified of what would happen when he failed. Myrtle, who had spent decades alone and miserable, offered what comfort she could, crooning sympathetically and listening to a boy who had nowhere else to turn. It was during one of these moments that Harry Potter discovered Draco in the bathroom. Harry had been following Draco, suspicious of his activities and convinced he was up to something dark. When he entered the bathroom and saw Draco weeping at the sink, the two locked eyes. Draco's fear turned to fury in an instant. He couldn't let Harry discover what he was doing, couldn't let anyone interfere. He drew his wand and attacked, and Harry defended himself. The spells flew back and forth in the enclosed space, water splashing everywhere as their curses hit pipes and mirrors. Then Harry, remembering a spell he'd learned from the Half-Blood Prince's old potions textbook, cast Sectum Sempra without knowing what it would do. The curse slashed across Draco like invisible swords, cutting deep wounds across his face and chest. Blood poured from the injuries, mixing with the water on the floor, and Draco collapsed, crying out in pain and shock. He was dying, bleeding out in a bathroom, and for a moment, Harry stood frozen in horror at what he had done. Then Snape burst in, summoned by Myrtle's screams. He immediately began casting healing spells, murmuring counter-curses that sealed the wounds and stopped the bleeding. He saved Draco's life, then sent him to the hospital wing and dealt with Harry, giving him detention and confiscating the book that had taught him such dangerous magic. For Draco, the incident was yet another reminder of how vulnerable he was, how close to death he had come, and how the violence he had been raised to idealize was far more terrifying when experienced firsthand. He had nearly died in a bathroom at the hands of his school rival, saved only by the intervention of a teacher who had his own reasons for keeping Draco alive. The scar from Sectum Sempra would fade, but never fully disappear, a permanent reminder of this terrible year. As the school year drew to its close, Draco finally completed the repair of the vanishing cabinet. It had taken him months of work, but the passage between Hogwarts and Borgin and Berks was now functional. On the night of June 30th, 1997, Draco activated the cabinet and allowed a group of Death Eaters to enter Hogwarts. Among them were some of the most dangerous followers of Voldemort, including Bellatrix Lestrange, Draco's aunt, and Fenrir Greyback, a savage werewolf who preyed on children. They emerged from the Room of Requirement and began making their way through the castle, intending to find Dumbledore and kill him. But Dumbledore wasn't in the castle. He and Harry had left earlier that evening on a mission to retrieve what they believed was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, objects containing pieces of the Dark Lord's soul that made him nearly impossible to kill. While they were gone, Harry had convinced several members of Dumbledore's army to patrol the corridor outside the Room of Requirement, suspecting that Draco would try something while Dumbledore was away. When the Death Eaters emerged, they found themselves facing opposition. A battle broke out in the castle, with members of the Order of the Phoenix joining the fight against the intruders. One Death Eater managed to reach the astronomy tower and cast the dark mark into the sky above Hogwarts. The green skull with a serpent tongue that signaled a Death Eater attack and summoned Lord Voldemort himself. When Dumbledore and Harry returned from their mission, weakened and exhausted, Dumbledore saw the mark and immediately flew to the astronomy tower with Harry following on another broomstick. When they landed, Dumbledore ordered Harry to hide under his invisibility cloak and remain still no matter what happened. Moments later, the door burst open and Draco Malfoy entered, wand raised, facing the man he had been ordered to kill. Dumbledore was weakened from drinking a terrible potion in the cave where the Horcrux had been hidden. He was barely able to stand, leaning against the wall for support. This was Draco's opportunity, perhaps the only chance he would ever have to kill Dumbledore when the headmaster was vulnerable. Draco's wand was pointed directly at Dumbledore's heart. All he had to do was speak 2 words: Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. It would be over in seconds, his task complete, his family saved. But Draco couldn't do it. He stood there with his wand raised, his hand shaking, unable to force the words out. Dumbledore, even in his weakened state, understood what was happening. He spoke gently to Draco, pointing out that he was no killer, that his heart wasn't in this task, that he didn't truly want to commit murder. He offered Draco protection, promised to keep him and his mother safe if Draco would lower his wand and trust him. For a moment, it seemed like Draco might accept the offer, might step back from the edge he'd been forced toward. But then, the other Death Eaters arrived, having fought their way through the castle. They surrounded Dumbledore, urging Draco to complete his mission. Bellatrix taunted him for his hesitation, questioned whether he was truly worthy of being a Death Eater if he couldn't carry out this simple task. The pressure mounted, and still Draco's wand remained raised, but his curse remained unspoken. He was frozen, unable to kill, but equally unable to step away, trapped between what he had been ordered to do and what he was actually capable of doing. Then Severus Snape arrived, drawn by the dark mark and the sounds of battle. He took in the scene immediately, understanding that Draco had failed, that Dumbledore was vulnerable, and that the unbreakable vow required him to act. Snape looked at Dumbledore, and something passed between them, some understanding or agreement that Harry, hidden beneath his cloak, couldn't fully comprehend. Dumbledore spoke Snape's name, not as a question, but almost as a plea, or perhaps a command. Snape raised his wand, his face full of hatred and revulsion, and spoke the words Draco couldn't. Avada Kedavra. The green light struck Dumbledore, killing him instantly, and his body fell from the top of the astronomy tower, tumbling down to the grounds far below. Draco watched in horror as the man he couldn't kill was killed by his own professor, as the task he had been given was completed, but not by his hand, as the greatest wizard of the age died, because Draco had opened the way for his murderers to enter the castle. Snape grabbed Draco roughly and pulled him away from the tower, forcing him to run as they fled Hogwarts with the other Death Eaters. They fought their way through the castle and out onto the grounds, battling members of the Order of the Phoenix as they went. Harry, no longer bound by Dumbledore's order to remain hidden and frozen by a spell the headmaster had placed on him to keep him safe, pursued them, trying to stop Snape, trying to avenge Dumbledore. But Snape deflected every curse Harry threw at him, mocking Harry even as he protected him from the other Death Eaters, who would have killed him without hesitation. They escaped into the night, leaving behind chaos, death, and a school in mourning. Dumbledore was dead, killed by someone everyone had trusted, and Draco Malfoy had been the one who made it possible. The boy who had wanted nothing more than to please his father and serve the Dark Lord had gotten his wish, and it had turned into the worst nightmare he could have imagined. The year between Dumbledore's death and the final battle at Hogwarts was, for Draco Malfoy, a descent into a kind of hell he had never imagined possible when he used to boast about his father being a Death Eater. Malfoy Manor, once a symbol of wealth, privilege, and pure blood superiority, became the headquarters for Lord Voldemort and his inner circle. The Dark Lord himself took up residence there, and with him came an atmosphere of terror that permeated every room, every corridor, every moment of every day. This was no longer Draco's home. It was a prison where he happened to live, where he was forced to witness and participate in horrors that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Voldemort treated the Malfoys with contempt. They had failed him repeatedly, and he made sure they knew exactly how far they had fallen from favor. Lucius, once proud and commanding, was reduced to a shadow of his former self, humiliated in front of other Death Eaters, stripped of his wand, and forced to watch as his home was desecrated and his family threatened. Narcissa lived in constant fear for Draco's safety, knowing that at any moment, Voldemort might decide her son was no longer useful and kill him. And Draco himself was trapped in the life he had once thought he wanted, learning with each passing day exactly what it meant to be a Death Eater. The meetings that took place in Malfoy Manor's drawing room were exercises in terror. Voldemort conducted them from Lucius's chair at the head of the long table, a pointed reminder of how completely he dominated the family. Death Eaters reported their activities, their successes and failures, and Voldemort rewarded loyalty with praise and punished failure with torture or death. Draco was forced to attend these meetings, to sit at the table with his Aunt Bellatrix, Snape, and the other Death Eaters, and witness what loyalty to the Dark Lord actually meant. One meeting in particular seared itself into Draco's memory. Charity Burbage, The Muggle studies professor from Hogwarts had been captured. She floated above the table, suspended by Voldemort's magic, pleading for her life. She begged Snape, her colleague, to help her, to tell Voldemort that she wasn't really a traitor to the wizarding world. But Snape sat silent, his face expressionless, and Voldemort killed Charity Burbage with a casual curse, letting her body fall onto the table. Then he fed her corpse to his snake, Nagini, while the Death Eaters watched. Draco, sitting at that table, was forced to watch every moment of a teacher's murder and desecration, forced to understand that this was the world his family had chosen to serve. The torture was worse. Voldemort used the Cruciatus curse freely, punishing Death Eaters who displeased him, torturing captured prisoners for information or simply for entertainment. The screams echoed through Malfoy Manor, and there was nothing Draco could do to stop them. Nothing he could do to help the victims. Nothing he could do except endure and hope that he wouldn't be next. At times, it seems Draco was ordered to participate, to prove his loyalty by using dark magic on those who had displeased the Dark Lord. We know he learned to cast the Cruciatus curse during this period, using it to punish at least one Death Eater who had failed a mission. Based on what we know of Voldemort's methods and the atmosphere at Malfoy Manor during this time, these moments of forced cruelty likely took a terrible toll on Draco, each act of dark magic eroding something inside him that could never be fully restored. Each time he cast it, something inside him died a little more. This wasn't the glorious service to a noble cause that his father had described during Draco's childhood. This was cruelty for cruelty's sake, domination through fear, a world where the only thing that mattered was Voldemort's whims, and the only values that existed were power and blood purity, taken to their logical, horrific conclusion. The worst moment came in March of 1998, when a group of Snatchers brought prisoners to Malfoy Manor. The Snatchers were bounty hunters who made money capturing Muggleborns and others wanted by the Ministry, which was now under Voldemort's control. These particular Snatchers had caught a group they believed might be very valuable. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and several others had been captured in the countryside. Harry's face was swollen and disfigured from a stinging jinx that Hermione had cast on him before their capture, making identification difficult but not impossible. The prisoners were brought into the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, forced to their knees before the assembled Death Eaters. Bellatrix Lestrange, Draco's aunt, was ecstatic at the possibility that they had captured Harry Potter. If they could deliver him to Voldemort, the Dark Lord might finally forgive the Malfoys for their repeated failures. This was their chance at redemption, at reclaiming their place in Voldemort's favor. All they needed was for Draco to confirm that the swollen, disfigured boy was indeed Harry Potter. Draco was called forward, ordered to look at the prisoner carefully and identify him. This should have been easy. He had spent 6 years at Hogwarts with Harry, had focused much of his energy on tormenting him, knew his face as well as he knew his own. But as Draco looked at Harry, something inside him hesitated. If he confirmed Harry's identity, Harry would be killed, probably tortured first in front of everyone, and Hermione and Ron would be killed as well. Draco would be directly responsible for their deaths. He would have Harry Potter's blood on his hands just as surely as if he had cast the killing curse himself. And Draco realized in that moment that he didn't want that. He had spent years as Harry's rival, had hated him, had wanted to defeat him and humiliate him and prove himself better. But he didn't want Harry dead. He didn't want to be the one responsible for delivering him to Voldemort. So when Bellatrix demanded to know if this was Harry Potter, Draco looked at his school rival and said, "I can't be sure. It was the truth, technically. Harry's face was badly swollen, but it was also a lie, a deliberate choice not to confirm what he knew to be true. His mother understood what he was doing and supported him. When pressed, Narcissa also said she couldn't be certain. Lucius, desperate to please Voldemort and regain favor, pushed Draco to look more carefully, to be sure, but Draco held firm. "I don't know," he repeated. It was an act of passive resistance, perhaps the first real choice Draco had made that went against what was expected of him. What would benefit his family? What would prove his loyalty to Voldemort? The situation escalated when Bellatrix discovered that the prisoners had the Sword of Gryffindor, which shouldn't have been possible since it was supposed to be secure in her Gringotts vault. Paranoid that they had somehow broken into her vault and stolen other precious items, including one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, though she didn't say this in front of the Snatchers, Bellatrix went into a rage. She sent Draco and the other Death Eaters to the cellar with the male prisoners, keeping Hermione in the drawing room. What followed were screams that echoed through the manor as Bellatrix tortured Hermione with the Cruciatus Curse, demanding to know how they had gotten the sword. Draco stood in the cellar with Ron, Harry, Dean Thomas, and the Goblin Griphook, listening to Hermione's screams above them. Ron went nearly mad trying to break through the door to save her. Harry called for help using a magical mirror shard, and Dobby, the house elf who had once served the Malfoy family before Harry freed him, appeared to rescue them. There was a confrontation in the drawing room, a fight during which Harry disarmed Draco, taking his wand. Dobby disapparated with the prisoners, though Bellatrix managed to throw a knife that killed the elf just as they vanished. For Draco, the incident crystallized something that had been building for months. He had hesitated to identify Harry. He had stood by while a house elf saved the prisoners from the Death Eaters. He hadn't fought as hard as he could have to stop them from escaping. Every choice he made was a small rebellion against the life he was supposed to be living. Tiny acts of resistance that couldn't undo the terrible things he had done, but at least prevented him from doing more. The loss of his wand was significant in ways Draco didn't understand at the time. When Harry disarmed him, the allegiance of Draco's wand transferred to Harry, as wands often do when their masters are defeated. But Draco's wand wasn't the only wand involved. Earlier, on the night of Dumbledore's death, Draco had disarmed Dumbledore on the astronomy tower. In doing so, he had unknowingly become the master of the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand in existence, even though he never physically possessed it. The wand was buried with Dumbledore, but its loyalty had passed to Draco, and now, when Harry disarmed Draco at Malfoy Manor, that loyalty passed again, from Draco to Harry. This transfer would become crucial in the final confrontation between Harry and Voldemort, though none of them knew it yet. The final battle came on May 2nd, 1998. Voldemort had learned that Harry Potter was at Hogwarts, searching for something. He gathered his forces and attacked the school, giving everyone inside 1 hour to surrender Harry Potter or face total destruction. The students were evacuated, sent away through secret passages, or simply told to leave the grounds. The Slytherin's students were instructed to leave as well, all of them, sent away from the battle that was about to engulf their school. Most Slytherins left without question. They had no particular loyalty to Harry, Potter, or Dumbledore's cause. Their families were often Death Eater supporters, or at least Death Eater sympathizers. They didn't want to fight against Voldemort, didn't want to risk their lives for a school that had never fully trusted them. But Draco didn't leave. Neither did Crabbe and Goyle. They remained in the castle, hiding, waiting for their opportunity. Not to fight for Hogwarts, but to capture Harry Potter and deliver him to Voldemort. This may have been their chance, perhaps their last chance, to redeem their families in Voldemort's eyes. If they could be the ones to bring Harry to the Dark Lord, it's possible all would be forgiven. Lucius might be restored to favor. The Malfoy family could be honored again, rather than merely tolerated. So Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle tracked Harry, Ron, and Hermione through the castle, following them to the Room of Requirement, where Harry was searching for one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, a diadem that had belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw. The Room of Requirement, in its current state, was a vast wasteland of lost and hidden objects, a maze of broken furniture, old books, forgotten possessions collected over centuries. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered, Draco and his friends followed, confronting them among the debris. Draco didn't have his wand, having lost it at Malfoy Manor, so he had taken his mother's. He held it now, pointed at Harry, demanding that Harry give him back his wand. There was something almost desperate in the request, as if getting his wand back might somehow make things right, might restore some sense of normalcy to a world that had gone completely wrong. But things immediately spiraled out of control. Crabbe, who had never been the brightest of Draco's followers, but had apparently learned some dark magic from the Death Eaters at Malfoy Manor, decided that Voldemort's instructions to bring Harry in alive were more like suggestions. He cast a killing curse at Harry, despite Draco's shouts that they needed Harry alive, that killing him would ruin everything. When that failed, Crabbe cast Fiendfire, a curse that produced cursed flames that destroyed everything in their path, flames that were nearly impossible to control and extremely dangerous even to the caster. The fire roared to life, taking the form of huge beasts made of flame, serpents and dragons, and creatures of pure destruction that consumed everything they touched. The entire Room of Requirement began to burn, the flames spreading with impossible speed, and it quickly became clear that Crabbe had lost control of the curse. He couldn't stop it, couldn't direct it, could barely stay ahead of it as it chased them all through the maze of objects. This wasn't a duel anymore. This was survival, all of them running for their lives as the cursed fire consumed the room. Crabbe wasn't fast enough. The flames caught him, and he died screaming, consumed by the very curse he had cast. Draco and Goyle managed to reach a precarious pile of furniture that was, for the moment, above the worst of the flames. But they were trapped, surrounded by fire, with no way out and no hope of survival. The smoke was choking them, the heat was unbearable, and it was clear that in moments they would be dead, killed by cursed fire in a room full of lost things. 2 more casualties of a war they had been raised to support but had never truly understood. Then Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger came back for them. Harry was riding a broomstick, swooping through the flames, and he grabbed Draco, pulling him onto the broom and flying him to safety. Ron and Hermione saved Goyle, grabbing him and flying out of the room just as the fiend fire consumed everything behind them. They crashed through the door and collapsed in the corridor, gasping for breath, covered in soot, barely alive but alive nonetheless. Harry Potter, Draco's longtime rival, the person he had spent years trying to defeat and humiliate and harm, had saved Draco's life. Draco didn't thank him. Perhaps he couldn't find the words, couldn't quite process what had just happened, couldn't yet reconcile the boy he had been raised to hate with the person who had just risked his life to save him. But later, when Ron punched Draco in the face, after saving him a second time from a Death Eater's curse, Ron made sure Draco understood. "And that's twice we've saved your neck tonight, you two-faced bastard." It was harsh, but true. Harry and his friends had saved Draco, despite everything he had done to them, despite all the years of cruelty and contempt, despite the fact that he had been trying to capture Harry just moments before. After that, Draco didn't try to fight anymore. He didn't seek out Voldemort or attempt to deliver Harry to him. He simply tried to survive, tried to find his parents in the chaos of the battle, tried to stay alive until it was over. When the fighting finally stopped, when Voldemort was defeated and Harry Potter stood victorious, Draco and his parents sat together in the Great Hall, isolated from the celebrations around them. They were alive, all three of them, but they had no idea where they fit in this new world that was dawning. No one spoke to them. No one celebrated with them. They weren't quite prisoners, but they weren't heroes either. They had defected from Voldemort's forces, but only at the very end when it was clear he would lose. Narcissa had lied to Voldemort about Harry being dead, her lie enabling Harry to survive and ultimately defeat the Dark Lord. That act, born not from any moral conviction, but from a mother's desperate need to get back into the castle and find her son, had perhaps done more to ensure Voldemort's defeat than almost anything else. But the Malfoys weren't exactly welcomed as heroes. They were simply tolerated, allowed to sit in the Great Hall, while the real heroes mourned their dead and celebrated their survival. The post-war period was difficult for the entire Malfoy family. There were trials, investigations, endless questions about what they had done and why. The Ministry of Magic, newly freed from Voldemort's control, had to decide what to do with Death Eaters who had surrendered or who had defected at the last moment. Lucius Malfoy avoided returning to Azkaban primarily by providing evidence against other Death Eaters, helping the authorities track down those who had fled into hiding. It was another example of the Malfoys looking out for themselves first, protecting their own interests, even if it meant betraying their former allies. For Draco, who was still young, who had been forced into his role rather than choosing it freely, there was more sympathy. He had been 16 when he was marked as a Death Eater, a child by any reasonable standard, coerced by threats against his family. He had failed to kill Dumbledore, had shown he didn't have the stomach for murder. He had hesitated to identify Harry Potter at Malfoy Manor. These things didn't erase what he had done, but they suggested that there was something in Draco that had resisted, that had pulled back from fully committing to Voldemort's cause. The Malfoys were allowed to keep their freedom and most of their wealth, though their reputation was in ruins. They were no longer the powerful, influential family they had once been. They were the family that had backed the losing side, that had brought shame upon themselves, that had lost almost everything in their pursuit of blood purity and dark wizardry. The social connections that Lucius had carefully cultivated over decades were gone, severed by his association with Voldemort and his crimes as a Death Eater. In this context, Draco began the slow, painful process of rebuilding his life. The war had forced him to confront the reality of the beliefs he had been raised with. He had seen where pure blood supremacy led when taken to its logical conclusion: torture and murder and tyranny. A world where fear was the only currency that mattered and mercy was seen as weakness. He had been forced to use unforgivable curses, to witness the torture and murder of innocent people, to participate in atrocities that haunted his dreams. And he had learned that the people he had been taught to despise, the Muggle-borns and blood traitors and those who opposed Voldemort, were often braver and kinder and better than the purebloods who claimed superiority. During the trials and the investigations, during the long process of the wizarding world, healing from the war and trying to figure out how to move forward, Draco encountered someone who would change his life in ways he could never have anticipated. Her name was Astoria Greengrass, and she was the younger sister of Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin in Draco's year. Astoria had been 2 years below Draco at Hogwarts, and he had barely noticed her during their school years. But after the war, when both of them were trying to make sense of the world they found themselves in, they began to talk. Astoria came from a pure-blood family that was part of the sacred 28, just like the Malfoys. Her family had held beliefs similar to those Draco had been raised with, the importance of blood purity and the superiority of ancient magical families. But Astoria had changed. The events of the war, particularly the Battle of Hogwarts, which she had witnessed as a younger student, had affected her deeply. She had seen what the ideology of pure blood supremacy produced when followed to its conclusion. She had watched people die for beliefs that seemed increasingly hollow and cruel. And she had come to reject those beliefs, to embrace a more tolerant view of the world that included and valued all magical people, regardless of their heritage. Draco was initially wary of her rejection of pure blood ideology. It was everything his family had stood for, everything he had been taught to value. But as they talked more, as Astoria shared her perspective and challenged his remaining prejudices, Draco found himself drawn to her vision of the world. She wasn't naive or weak. She understood the costs of turning away from her family's traditional beliefs. But she was brave enough to do it anyway, to insist that Muggles and Muggleborns deserved respect and dignity, that blood purity was a lie used to justify cruelty and domination. Their relationship developed slowly. Draco had to confront his own remaining prejudices, had to acknowledge that much of what he had been taught was wrong. It wasn't easy. These beliefs had been part of his identity for his entire life, taught to him by parents he loved, reinforced by every aspect of his upbringing. Letting go of them meant, in some ways, letting go of his childhood, acknowledging that his parents had been wrong about fundamental things, accepting that the life he had been raised to live had been based on lies and hate. But Astoria helped him through it. She was patient with his struggles, challenged him when he fell back on old prejudices, and showed him that it was possible to love his family while disagreeing with their beliefs, to honor his heritage without being defined by its worst aspects. She taught him that being a Malfoy didn't have to mean being cruel or superior or hateful, that he could choose to be better than his family's history while still carrying his family's name. When Draco and Astoria decided to marry, it caused tension with Draco's parents. Lucius and Narcissa had initially been pleased that Draco was courting someone from the Sacred 28, another pure-blood family with an ancient lineage. But when they learned that Astoria had rejected pure-blood supremacy, that she believed Muggles and Muggleborns should be treated with respect, they were disappointed and disapproving. They had hoped that after the war, after some time had passed and the immediate trauma had faded, the wizarding world would return to something like the old order. They wanted Draco to marry someone who shared their traditional values, someone who would help restore the Malfoy family's reputation among other pure-blood families. But Draco stood up to his parents for perhaps the first time in his life. He told them that he was going to marry Astoria regardless of their approval. It was, Astoria later told their son, one of the most courageous things she had ever seen Draco do. It required him to set aside the need for his parents' approval that had driven so much of his behavior growing up, to choose his own path, even when it disappointed the people he had spent his life trying to please. The marriage was a turning point for Draco. It represented his commitment to a different kind of life, a rejection of the worst aspects of his upbringing, while maintaining connections to his family and his heritage. But the marriage also brought new challenges. Astoria had a blood curse inherited from an ancestor that affected her health and shortened her lifespan. She knew she was not destined for old age, that her body was frail and that each year was precious. When she expressed her desire to have a child, Draco hesitated. He knew that pregnancy would weaken her further, might even kill her. He told her that he didn't care if the Malfoy family line ended with him, that her life was more important than continuing his bloodline. This was in direct opposition to what his father wanted, as Lucius desperately hoped for a grandson to carry on the Malfoy name. But Astoria persuaded Draco. She wanted a child not for the sake of tradition or to continue the family line, but because she wanted Draco to have someone after she was gone. She didn't want him to be alone when her curse finally took her life, so they had a son born sometime in the early 2000s. They named him Scorpius Hyperion Malfoy, continuing the Malfoy family tradition of constellation names. Scorpius was born healthy and beautiful, and Draco later said that his birth was the greatest day of his life, even knowing what it cost Astoria. The pregnancy did indeed weaken Astoria significantly, hastening the progression of her curse. After Scorpius was born, the family withdrew into seclusion for a time. Partly this was to protect Astoria and allow her to recover as much as possible. But it was also because of the rumors that began to circulate in the wizarding world. People noticed that Astoria had seemed unable to have a child for several years after their marriage, and then suddenly produced a son. Some claimed she must have used a time turner to go back in time and conceive a child with Lord Voldemort himself, producing a new dark wizard to carry on Voldemort's legacy. The rumors were absurd and cruel, easily disproven if anyone had bothered to check the facts, but they spread anyway. They made Scorpius's early childhood difficult as people whispered about him and his mother, questioned his true parentage, treated the Malfoy family with even more suspicion and contempt than they already faced. Draco and Astoria shielded their son as much as they could, but they couldn't protect him entirely from the stigma that followed him. Family gatherings were another source of tension. Lucius and Narcissa doted on their grandson, delighted to have an heir to the family name, but they were increasingly unhappy with how Draco and Astoria were raising him. Astoria refused to teach Scorpius that muggles were scum or that pure-blood wizards were superior to others. She insisted on raising him with values of tolerance and kindness, teaching him to judge people by their character rather than their blood status. This was exactly what Lucius and Narcissa had feared, a grandson who was being raised to reject the beliefs they still held dear despite everything that had happened during the war. The disagreements led to difficult family gatherings, where tensions simmered beneath polite conversation. Lucius would make comments about the proper way to raise a Malfoy heir. Astoria would politely but firmly disagree. Draco would find himself caught between his parents and his wife, ultimately choosing to support Astoria, but feeling the strain of disappointing his parents yet again. Despite these conflicts, Draco remained committed to raising Scorpius differently than he had been raised. He wanted his son to be kind, to value people for who they were, rather than what family they came from, to never feel the kind of pressure and expectations that had led Draco down such a dark path. In September of 2017, Draco and Astoria took Scorpius to King's Cross Station to begin his first year at Hogwarts. Astoria loaded him up with sweets, having told him more than once that sweets, they always help you make friends. It was simple advice, but it reflected her hope that Scorpius would find true friendship at Hogwarts, the kind based on genuine connection rather than family status or house rivalry. As they stood on platform 9 3/4, preparing to see their son off, they encountered Harry Potter and his family, also sending children to Hogwarts. The meeting was awkward, but not hostile. Draco gave Harry a brief nod, an acknowledgement that while they would never be friends, the bitter rivalry of their school years was behind them. Harry returned the nod. Their sons, Albus Severus Potter and Scorpius Malfoy would be in the same year at Hogwarts, and the parents could only hope that the next generation would handle things better than they had. Astoria lived for 2 more years after sending Scorpius off to Hogwarts, long enough to see him complete his 2nd year and head into the summer before his 3rd. Her curse finally claimed her life in August of 2019. She was in her late 30s, far too young to die, but she had known this day was coming since childhood. She had lived her life with the knowledge that her time was limited, and she had chosen to spend it building something good, changing her family's beliefs, raising a son who would be kinder and better than the generations before him, and helping Draco become a better person than he might otherwise have been. Draco was devastated by her death, but not surprised. He had watched her grow weaker over the years, had seen the curse taking its toll. He had prepared himself as much as anyone can prepare for losing the person they love most. But preparation didn't make the loss any easier. She had been his partner in rebuilding his life, his guide in learning to be better, his courage when facing his parents' disappointment. Without her, he felt lost in ways he hadn't felt since the war. But he still had Scorpius, and that made all the difference. Watching his son grow, seeing him form real friendships at Hogwarts, particularly with Albus Potter, seeing him navigate the wizarding world with kindness and bravery that Draco had never possessed at that age, gave Draco hope. Scorpius was proof that the Malfoy family could change, that they could produce someone good despite their dark history. In Scorpius, Draco saw the future he and Astoria had worked to create, a future where blood purity didn't matter, where people were judged by their choices rather than their ancestry. The transformation of Draco Malfoy from arrogant bully to frightened Death Eater to something approaching redemption is one of the most complex character journeys in the entire Harry Potter series. Unlike many characters who follow a clear arc from dark to light, or who maintain consistent moral positions throughout, Draco exists in a morally complicated space, where understanding his choices requires understanding the context in which he made them. He was a product of his upbringing, shaped by beliefs he never questioned as a child, thrust into situations he was unprepared for as a teenager, and ultimately forced to reckon with the consequences of ideology he had accepted without thought. J.K. Rowling, the creator of the Harry Potter series, has offered insights into Draco's character that help explain his journey. She has noted that Draco was based on bullies she encountered during her own school years, people who used cruelty to maintain their sense of superiority and who often had family support for their worst behaviors. But she also acknowledged that Draco was more complex than a simple villain. She once described him as having some unextinguished good at the heart of him, symbolized by his wand core of unicorn hair, a substance associated with purity and goodness, even though his first name, Draco, meant dragon and suggested something more dangerous. This tension between Draco's potential for good and his upbringing in prejudice is central to understanding his character. He was not inherently evil. He was a child raised in a toxic environment, taught to value the wrong things, given power and privilege without being taught responsibility or empathy. When he bullied Muggle-born students or taunted Harry about his dead parents, he was repeating behaviors and attitudes he had learned at home, acting out the prejudices that had been carefully instilled in him. This doesn't excuse his cruelty, but it explains it. He didn't develop these attitudes on his own. They were the legacy of his family, passed down through generations of Malfoys who had confused wealth and bloodline with actual worth. The 6th year was crucial in Draco's development. because it forced him to confront the reality of what his family's beliefs actually meant when put into practice. Being marked as a Death Eater wasn't the honor he had imagined. It was slavery to a master who valued only power and who would kill Draco without hesitation if he proved useless. Being given an important mission didn't make him feel powerful or respected. It made him feel terrified and alone, burdened with a task he couldn't complete and tormented by the knowledge that his failure would doom his entire family. Watching torture and murder in his own home taught him that dark magic wasn't glorious or righteous, but simply cruel. That pure blood supremacy, when actually implemented, meant suffering and death for anyone who didn't meet arbitrary standards of worthiness. And most importantly, Draco learned that he couldn't kill. When he had Dumbledore at his mercy, when completing his task was as simple as speaking 2 words, he couldn't do it. This may not have been because he suddenly realized Dumbledore was good or that Voldemort was evil. Based on everything we know about that moment, it seems more likely that Draco, despite everything, simply wasn't a murderer at heart. He could be cruel, could bully and intimidate and hurt people emotionally, but he couldn't cross the final line into taking a life. That fundamental inability to commit murder, that last barrier that even his years of prejudice and his fear of Voldemort couldn't overcome, suggested that there was indeed something good in him that couldn't be entirely corrupted. The scene in Malfoy Manor, where Draco hesitated to identify Harry, was equally significant. He could have confirmed Harry's identity easily. Doing so would have saved his family, restored them to Voldemort's favor, and proved his loyalty beyond doubt. But in that moment, looking at Harry and knowing what would happen if he confirmed the identification, Draco chose uncertainty. I can't be sure. It was a passive act of resistance, not heroic or bold, but meaningful nonetheless. He chose not to be the one who sent Harry Potter to his death, even though that choice risked everything his family had been working toward. These moments of hesitation and resistance don't make Draco a hero. He still participated in terrible things, still used unforgivable curses, still opened the way for Death Eaters to enter Hogwarts, still contributed to the climate of fear and violence that characterized the war. But they suggest that he wasn't beyond saving, that even in the depths of his involvement with the Death Eaters, there was part of him that pulled back from the worst atrocities, that couldn't fully commit to Voldemort's vision. The post-war Draco showed how difficult redemption actually is. He couldn't simply announce that he had changed and expect everyone to forgive him. He had to demonstrate his change through actions over years, through raising his son differently, through standing up to his parents' disapproval, through building a life based on different values than those he'd been raised with. He had to live with the knowledge of what he had done, the people he had hurt, the causes he had served. The war had given him scars, both visible and invisible, and those scars shaped who he became afterward. His relationship with Astoria was crucial to this transformation. She gave him a reason to change and a model for how to do it. She showed him that rejecting pure blood supremacy didn't mean rejecting his identity as a pure blood wizard, that he could be proud of his magical heritage without believing it made him superior to others. She taught him that courage sometimes meant disappointing your parents, that love meant choosing someone else's well-being over your own fears, and that family traditions were worth maintaining only if they reflected values worth honoring. When Draco lost Astoria, he lost the person who had helped him navigate his transformation from Death Eater to something better. But by then, the changes had taken root. He continued raising Scorpius with the values Astoria had championed. He maintained civil, if distant, relationships with people like Harry Potter, acknowledging that while they would never be friends, the old enmity no longer served any purpose. He refused to indoctrinate Scorpius with pure blood supremacy, even though it would have pleased his parents. These were the actions of someone who had genuinely changed, not through a single moment of revelation, but through years of difficult work, facing hard truths about himself and his family, and choosing to be better. The character of Draco Malfoy was brought to life in the Harry Potter films by actor Tom Felton, who portrayed him from the first film through the final installment. Felton's casting was itself somewhat unexpected. When he auditioned for the first Harry Potter film, he originally read for the parts of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley before being cast as Draco. At the time, Felton was only 13 years old and had never read the Harry Potter books, though he quickly became familiar with them once he got the role. His natural hair color was dark blonde, but for the role of Draco, he had to bleach his hair platinum blonde to match the character's description in the books. This process was repeated throughout filming, with Felton having to re-bleach his hair approximately every 10 days over the decade-long filming of all 8 movies. Felton brought to Draco a complexity that might have been difficult to achieve with a less skilled actor. In the early films, he captured Draco's arrogance, his sneering superiority, the way he looked at people he considered beneath him. His delivery of insults like mudblood carried the weight of genuine prejudice, not just schoolboy meanness. He made Draco genuinely unlikable, while still maintaining enough humanity that audiences could understand him as a person rather than just a villain. The scene where Draco introduces himself to Harry on the train, offering friendship with one hand while insulting Ron with the other, perfectly established the character's core contradiction. His desire for connection and status warring with his ingrained prejudice and superiority complex. As the films progressed and Draco's role became more serious and dark, Felton's performance evolved to match. In Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, he portrayed Draco's psychological deterioration brilliantly. The confident sneer was replaced by fear and exhaustion. His physical appearance changed to match Draco's emotional state, his face becoming thinner, shadows appearing under his eyes, his usual immaculate appearance giving way to dishevelment that reflected his inner turmoil. The scene in the bathroom where Harry discovers Draco crying is one of Felton's finest moments in the series. He conveyed utter desperation, a boy completely out of his depth and terrified of what would happen when he inevitably failed at his impossible task. The confrontation on the astronomy tower showcased Felton's ability to show internal conflict through subtle physical acting. Draco's wand remained raised throughout the scene, pointed at Dumbledore, but Felton's performance made it clear that he couldn't follow through. His hand shook. His face showed not determination or hatred, but fear and uncertainty. When Dumbledore offered him protection, Felton played the moment as though Draco desperately wanted to accept, but couldn't quite bring himself to trust the offer. The arrival of the other Death Eaters broke the spell, and in the end, Draco could only lower his wand in relief when Snape arrived to take the burden from him. In the final films, Draco's role was less prominent, but no less important. The scene at Malfoy Manor, where Draco must identify Harry, is brief but crucial. Felton played Draco's hesitation as a genuine struggle, someone torn between self-preservation and something that might be called conscience. His final, "I can't be sure," wasn't confident or heroic. It was reluctant and uncertain, the response of someone who couldn't quite bring himself to do the terrible thing being asked of him, but also couldn't quite manage to do the right thing actively. It was morally ambiguous, which was perfect for the character. Felton's performances in the 6th and 7th films earned him recognition beyond just his work in the Harry Potter series. He won MTV Movie Awards for Best Villain, for both Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince and Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1. While these were villain awards, they recognized that Felton had created a compelling, complex antagonist rather than a one-dimensional bad guy. His Draco was someone audiences loved to hate, but also, especially in the later films, someone they could sympathize with and even pity. After the Harry Potter films concluded in 2011, Felton continued his acting career in various roles across film and television. He appeared in science fiction films like Rise of the Planet of the Apes, television series like Murder in the First and The Flash, and various independent films. In 2022, he published a memoir titled Beyond the Wand: The Magic and Mayhem of Growing Up a Wizard, which detailed his experiences during and after the Harry Potter films. The book provided insights into the filming process, his relationships with other cast members, and how playing Draco Malfoy for a decade affected his own life and career. In a delightful turn of events, Felton was announced in June 2025 to be reprising his role as Draco Malfoy in the Broadway production of Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, the stage play that serves as an official continuation of the Harry Potter story. This made Felton the first actor from the films to return to their role for the stage production. The play is set 19 years after the final battle, with Draco and Harry as adults sending their own children to Hogwarts. In interviews about his return to the role, Felton expressed excitement about exploring adult Draco, a man who has changed significantly from the boy audiences remember, but who still carries the weight of his past. Felton's return to the role demonstrates the lasting impact that Draco Malfoy has had on both the actor and audiences. Despite being the antagonist for much of the series, despite being cruel and prejudiced and aligned with the villains, Draco became one of the most memorable and discussed characters in the entire franchise. Fans created extensive fan fiction exploring his character, debated whether he deserved redemption, analyzed his every appearance for signs of hidden depth or struggle. Felton himself noted that wearing the blonde wig again after all these years immediately brought him back to the character, even making him emotional about returning to a role he first played as a child. The cultural impact of Draco Malfoy extends beyond the films themselves. He has become a symbol of how upbringing shapes behavior, how privilege can corrupt, and how difficult genuine change can be. His story resonates with people who grew up in environments that taught them prejudice, who had to unlearn beliefs they were raised with, who struggled to separate their love for their family from disagreement with their family's values. Draco's journey from bully to victim to something resembling redemption, incomplete and imperfect as it is, feels real in a way that simple villain-to-hero conversions don't. He never became a hero. He just became someone trying to be better. And that's a story many people can relate to. The discussion around Draco also touches on larger themes about accountability, forgiveness, and whether change is enough to erase past wrongs. He used unforgivable curses, participated in torture, helped Death Eaters enter Hogwarts, contributed to a climate of fear and violence. Are those things forgivable just because he was young, coerced, and ultimately unable to commit murder himself? Different readers and viewers answer this question differently, which speaks to the moral complexity of the character. He's neither clearly redeemed nor clearly damned, existing instead in an uncomfortable middle ground, where we can see both the terrible things he did and the circumstances that shaped those actions. As you drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps reflecting on Draco Malfoy's story can offer some comfort or insight. His journey reminds us that people are complex, that the beliefs we're raised with aren't always right, and that change, while difficult, is possible even for those who seem most lost. Draco made terrible choices and did terrible things, but he also showed moments of humanity, experienced genuine fear and suffering, and ultimately tried to build something better after the war. He raised his son to be kinder than he was, stood up to his parents when necessary, and found love with someone who challenged him to be better. The story of Draco Malfoy doesn't offer easy answers or comfortable moral lessons. It simply shows us a person shaped by privilege and prejudice, who was forced to confront the reality of what he had been taught, who discovered that the beliefs he held caused real suffering, and who spent the rest of his life trying to do better. Not perfectly, not heroically, just trying. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all any of us can do when we discover that the beliefs we were raised with are wrong. Acknowledge the harm we've caused and commit to building something better going forward. Sleep well and remember that everyone is fighting battles we know nothing about, carrying burdens invisible to others, trying to reconcile who they were raised to be with who they want to become. Even those we dismiss as villains or bullies have their own stories, their own struggles, their own potential for change. That doesn't excuse cruelty or prejudice, but it reminds us to look deeper, to see the human behind the hurt, and to believe that change, however difficult and incomplete, is always possible. Thank you for joining me tonight. If you enjoyed this deep exploration into Draco Malfoy's story, his family, his choices, and his ultimately incomplete redemption, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel for more journeys through your favorite film universes. Until next time, sleep well and dream of magic.